All right, let's open up the project that we were working on yesterday. Well, not yesterday, a couple of days ago. What's it called? This guy. I'll get rid of that socket. And pack build. Okay, so I did a little bit of work on this. I'm hoping this will stop it from being automatically, yeah, cool, okay. So before that it had no file type and it was automatically picking it up as HTML because I guess this is in the file and that was really annoying. So we're just gonna pretend it's Haskell. Yeah, so I did a little bit of work. Most of what I did was I wrote a little parser, you know, like a parsec type parser combinator thing for getting the access token. And I wrote a tiny little reply page. So once you go to that localhost 7321, it'll serve you this page and it'll replace, when you get on this page, the anchor is how the access token is presented to you. So you go to the page and you're anchored to the parameters. They don't give it as usual query parameters like, I don't know, like if you were posting something and I'm pretty sure it's a GET request. Yeah, it's a GET request, not a post either. But yeah, so they anchor you somewhere. So I just submit a new request without the anchor and then delete the auth token from the bar. So so it's not just being displayed in the status bar. So we should be able to test this flow. Yeah. No, this will fail because I don't have the front end socket. So cat, yeah, this guy. Okay. And now we should be able to, no, echo this, yeah. So if we send the login command, it'll give us back telling us to visit this URL and we can do that. And it'll ask us to authorize Twitch. We can do. Allow. Ah, damn. So, it did work, login success. The reason I'm saying ah damn is because there were visible frames where the fucking access token were there, so I unfortunately can't use that token because the frames were visible. Do it again. Well, we're gonna have to do it a bunch more anyway. You know what? We'll have to do it a bunch more anyway because there's features I want to add that rely on having they rely on saving the token, and we don't currently do that. So the token only exists in memory, and once this program exits, like if we were to recompile and relaunch it, the token is wiped from memory. So we need to work on that. And I've got a little to-do list. One of the things I want to do, probably not the first thing, is handling Control-C teardown. And that's going to require somehow orchestrating these threads and doing individual cleanup on the threads somehow. Like I'm going to somehow have to keep track of their open resources. I'm not really sure. I'll have to think about this. I may end up just using that async library that we came across last time. Hey, Penguin Operator, good to see you again. No worries. We may end up just using that async library that we came across last time for this. I'm not quite sure yet. I'll have to investigate how complicated it is. But I think what I want to work on today is these two things seem achievable. We should be able to send a chat message Oh, actually, no. This one is longer because we'll need a WebSocket implementation, which I don't think we have in Idris. I don't think there is one, so we'll have to write this. That might be a bit longer to get chat messages, but we should be able to achieve sending them because that's a simple post to a URL, so that shouldn't be too hard. And we should be able to do CLI option parsing or CLI option parsing because Idris has a library for this somewhere. I don't think it's in base. I think it's under contrib. Oh, actually, you know what? It might actually be an external library. I'm not sure. Get opt. No, it's in contrib. Yeah, great. Okay, so it does have a library to do get opt style stuff. So this one seems pretty achievable. We're just going to use this library. It's an Idris port of the corresponding Haskell module. Okay, cool. So let's start on this one. And I think we should be able to handle saving the token. And once we handle saving the token, I guess we can kind of leave this page behind. Right, we don't have to look at this page anymore. This beautiful page in all its glory, which I can close, apparently. We'll leave it open because we'll need this again in the future. All right, so let's get to CLI parsing. I think it makes sense to do that before everything else. Yes, I think it makes sense to do that before everything else, before we make any of these channels and do any forking. We also don't do a thread wait on something, the Twitcher, I guess. Yeah. I'll put this up here. That's going to be difficult. Supervisor for threads. Again, these three are probably just going to end up being use someone else's async library because there is one, but not a problem for today. Not a problem for today. All right, let's look at this library. So we're looking for something like parse or these are all the projections. We can skip past this. Results, skip past all these projections, get opt. Yeah, here we go. And I guess A is the state that it's looping over. Return the list of values that matched and those that didn't. Yeah, we definitely want this one. Because we do want to do work. We actually want to do work in a monad. We want to do it in IO, but we can't sequence the. So what I was hoping is that we would be able to do this like a fold, like we give a default state and it folds over that state with the command options. But instead it looks like it's just going to give us. Yeah, it's just going to give us back the parsed options. I guess we can work with that. We can do a fold over the parsed options after the fact. That's not a big deal. Okay, we can deal with that. I'm wondering if we do want to do it in some applicative, like if what we want, yeah, opt description, if what we want is for options to test if their files exist, for instance. That's something that we want. I don't think it returns us what does it actually return? A list of what? Is it strings? Options, a list of A. So it is typed. And what is the list of option descriptions? Arg order. Do you not need arg? Oh no, it's here. Oh, yeah. Okay. So arg order. Yeah, that's trivial. What is the? Actually, wait. What is the A? Bring to A. Wrap non-options into options. I see. I see. This is if you want to do some sort of conversion. Okay. And option descriptions. The list of short options, the list of long options. I see. Describes whether an option takes an argument or not, and if so, how the argument is injected into a value of type A. Yeah, so it tells you how to do the conversion. But you just need to, like... It doesn't tell you how to link these things? Explanation of option for the user. Oh, this is a single option. Okay, okay, understood, understood. That makes sense. This is not all the options, because you have to, yeah, you have to give a list of them. All right, no, we're good. In that case... In that case, we could do some checking in the option itself to see if like files exist or whatever. I guess my only concern is that the UX for that would mean that a command line with incorrect, invalid options could fail because like a file doesn't exist instead of because an option of not being recognized. And I think that's kind of odd. I think it should only tell you about runtime. Well, runtime. It's all runtime, but I think it should only really tell you about runtime errors like files not existing after it's validated that the command you give is actually correct. Like, I don't think it should be doing actions if your command itself is balked. Like, the command should make sense before doing any work, is my opinion. So I think we probably don't want the applicative version. I think we probably just want the regular one. Because we don't want to do any actions. What does it actually give us back? List of A's. List of A's. So it strips away all the extra detail. Like you just get the A. Like you don't get any of this extra stuff. That's not great. That's not great at all. I wonder if we can make the A a function. Like a function over state. So that the argument itself... And then this describes how to turn a string into a function. I think this is good. I think we can just make A... Yeah. Yeah, A can just be a function over state, I think. And then we don't have to have two parallel, like we don't have to make an A that is, we don't have to make a new type that has in it all of our arguments and then parse all the strings into that type and then parse from that type into how we're going to mutate state. Like we don't need this intermediate type that is all of our options. What we can just have is the intermediate type be a function. And then so once we get back a list of all of those functions, we can just compose them. We can just do one after another. I hope this list is in order. Arg order. Right, I think this plan makes sense. I think the using the A's as functions over state, that'll be good. So the call is eventually going to be get opt. So we'll need to import system.console.getOpt. Like that. And the argument order, yeah, I guess we have to decide on this. Really intersperse options and non-options. Maybe. Return in order. Wraps non-options into options. No, I don't want that. I'm not even sure I'm going to allow any non-options. What non-option would even make sense? Like, what should the default option be, I guess? Like the socket to listen on? But then it's got also a socket to send to. No, I don't think I'm going to even allow any non-options. That's just not allowed. So we're going to go require order. No option processing after the first non-option. Yeah. Your command's just invalid if you have these. Okay. Then a list of option descriptions. Yeah, so this will be CLIOPS. We'll get to that. And then a list of string. Oh, the string's the command line, I guess. Yeah, I guess the string is the command line, argv or something. I'll have to look up how to get that. It's probably get args or something. In fact, and then it's a result. Oh, this is pure. It's fine. Doesn't matter. And then what are the... this is a record? This is a record. Yeah, and then we'll do the processing afterwards. So we'll go let ops equals that, and then afterwards we'll do the processing. Okay, so let's... duplicate, and I think it's in base. It'll be in system somewhere. Maybe just system, maybe like args. Yeah, get args, list of string. Yeah, okay, that works. So list of string, we can just give it the args. Okay, great. So let's do our CLI-opts. Do I want to put this at the top? We'll put it here. So CLI-ops is going to be a list of option description of functions from state to state, I guess. No, that's not how you write that. It's this way, right? Is that how you write that? Or is it like this? We'll try this. I think this is correct. I think it's only if you want to partially apply this that you do the other notation. I think if you fully apply it, it's this notation. So we'll have a bunch of functions over state. Yeah, and those will be our options. Well, I guess that something like this, right? Okay. I wonder if we can do a map. Op description. Because I don't want to write out the word make opt, like, for all of these. That just seems dumb. I guess I can do... Is uncurry gonna uncurry all of them, or does it just uncurry one? Like, I think it just uncurries a pair, right? I don't think it's like arbitrary. I don't even know where I would find that. Probably Prelude, if anywhere. Not in num. Under built-in. Nothing I'm looking for, apparently. Can we just look for uncurry? Or actually, I think curry is what I want, but either or. Like here maybe? This has a bunch of random shit. Nope. Basics. Oh, here we go. Yeah, it only does it for a single pair, unfortunately. Okay. So then we'll have to go... So what do we need? We need short ops, long ops, description, help, I guess. And then we're just gonna run make opt on those. And that'll be our guy. All right. So now we should be able to go a list of char. I guess we want the front end and the back end, but we also want the auth token. Like if you want to keep, maybe that should be directory. Let's keep them separate. We can put them in a directory later. It's not a big deal. Front end. Yeah, we'll keep it like that, front end. And then we want the argument description, which I think is just required arg. Yeah. Yeah. I wonder if there's an easier way to write this. Maybe this can be its own line. And then so we want the string, and then we want to return a function that takes no, so this is the front end socket, and then we want to take the state and return front end equals f over s. That's what we want to do. In fact, we probably don't need the parens, honestly. And then afterwards, oh, and this is a required arg. And a string? Oh, the name of the argument? Right. Socket. And then front end socket to send replies to, I guess. Everything we need? Yeah. Okay, and then we should basically be able to just like copy this for the back end. Because we basically just want to do the same thing. I wonder if there's an easier way to write this so we don't have to just write this a bunch. And then this is backend socket to listen for replies. And then I guess we also want the Twitch port. So I guess that's P for port. Port, and you require an argument. Port equals P port. And then this is the port to run the localhost redirect or Twitch redirect server, I guess. Twitch redirect server, something like that. Can I give default args? Is that an option? How do I know if these options themselves are required? Oh, I wonder. Describe whether an option takes an argument or not, and if so, how the argument is injected. How do I describe if the option itself requires? I guess I have to do that outside of the option parsing. Like once I get a list back of all the options that were parsed, I then have to... I mean, all of my options have default values, but what if I wanted one that didn't? I guess I would have to make it a maybe in the state structure, and then if it was still maybe after parsing, that's bad, I guess? Let's start with this. Let's start with this and see how it works. I need a front end and back end. Well, maybe my option parser should be different from my state parser. Oh, sorry, my options should be different from my state. Because the options are all strings. I guess this is where running them in the applicative comes in. But again, I think that's a very weird user experience to have stuff happen while the program is just parsing your options and hasn't even succeeded. Like, I think a command line that has invalid options should not, you know, be doing anything. It should just be checking if your options are correct. And I feel like I don't even really care about tracking this. Like, I want to open up a connection on that socket and then just be done with it. Well, maybe that's not true. Maybe during shutdown, I do actually want to track this. But in that case, it's not a string. But it might be useful during shutdown to... It means I can't make it linear though. Interesting. I don't actually know what happens if another thread tries to close a socket while data is being sent on it. I mean, I guess we can Google that. Closing socket when other thread reading or writing? I don't know, writing. I guess it'll just fail. I'm paranoid about This not working. What about? Okay, we're good. Closing a socket won't wake up receive. It won't wake up receive. If a thread is blocked on receive or send when the socket is closed by a different thread, the block thread will receive an error. That's interesting. We'll shut down instead of close. We'll make the descriptor still available so it won't be allocated by another descriptor. And we'll also wake up the receive with an error. And then the receive thread can close the socket. Okay, so maybe we want to call shutdown from another thread instead of... I don't think you can do that in Idris. I think we'll have to write a... foreign C program to do that. Let's duplicate. It's under network. Yeah, and close does what exactly? Oh, I guess that's in another guy. I don't think shutdown is in here though. Shutdown. Okay. Oops. Shutdown. Nope, no shutdown here either. Anyway, it might be here. No, it's not here either. And close is the one we want to look at. This one's probably actually just a close. The Idrinet close. I have to go find that, I guess. Probably under source. idrisnet.c. Yeah, and this does just call close. I highly doubt there's a shutdown anywhere. Benchmarks. No, there's not. So we'd have to write our own. What was the other thing I was looking for? It was like get sock opt, I think. Is that what it's called? Yeah, it's get sock opt. So we don't have that either. Okay. We're starting to get to the point where it makes sense, because we also don't have any of the threading stuff, like join, wait, or no, peak join, whatever it is. The one where you see if a thread is still alive, but you don't want to block on it. We don't have that either. So it's starting to make sense to maybe write a C library. The question is, what do we want to do here? Because in the actual state, it might be nice to track the channel so we can close them. Then, what should we do after that? Where is our like handle input? So here we do a socket, we bind the socket, and then we just run this infinitely. If we receive an error, we just redo it. Yeah, it's going to be a problem if we call shutdown, but I guess we could detect if that error is like closed, I suppose. Like if socket is closed, we should be able to detect that. Yeah. Okay. So maybe we want the state to just have all of our open sockets and then tear down. Yeah, and then the state thread does all the tear down. I'm not sure if that's what I want to have happen, that if the socket that it's listening on dies, it dies? Like, maybe that is what I want. And then if I have a supervisor... Yeah, and if I have a monitor or a supervisor that's meant to restart them... I think I gotta close my window. Be a sec. Okay. Yeah. Yeah, if we have a supervisor that wants to restart them, then we need to just have the supervisor be able to receive a command to shut down itself so it doesn't restart them. I can kind of see where this is going. Okay, I think... Alright, let's do something here like state tracks all open sockets can shut them down. That'll be enough to do. For now, I think what we're gonna do is keep these separate. So we'll have CLI state be a CLI state, and it will have defaults. So for instance, front end will default to I think it's this. Which one is it? It's like default something. Oh, it's just equals? Okay, it's just equal. Frontend.sock. Backend is backend.sock. Or maybe they should... I'm thinking this should be IO because I'm thinking what it should do is it should resolve environment variables. Like this should be in, these should be in the runtime does. So probably the default state, this should be also default CLI ops, something like that. Or default CLI state maybe. And yeah, I think this should be in IO. Because, yeah, because what we want to do is we want to resolve environment variables. Is that what we want to do? I think that's what we want to do, yeah. But then if the shell will resolve them. I was going to say if the user provides a string that has environment variables, we'll need to resolve that, but the shell will. So I think we're good. Okay. And then the port will be 7321. And we'll start with these. These should be pretty easy to start with. And then this will be over CLI state, like that. And what's a nicer way we can write these? Let's see if this compiles first. We'll deal with the compile options and we'll come back. The compile failures rather. Oh, right. Bracket is not properly closed. Yep, so true. Oh, yes, fair enough. Fair enough. Undefined name get args. Isn't that in the prelude? The not? I think it's in base. Just under system, I think. Yeah, it's just in system. All right. Import system. Okay, and then what's this complaining about? Uninfed type for this record update. Really? Oh, does class state not exist? Did I not make it? Oh, I didn't make it. Okay. Yeah, that'll do it. Front end will be, yeah, these are all strings. Well, are they all strings? They're all strings, I've decided. But now we have this annoying in-between guy. This is exactly what I wanted to avoid. Like, is there any difference between doing this and doing, just fuck, it's data. Do they have to be capitals? Because they're constructors? Like, I don't think there's any difference between the two, other than this being more typing. Do I need a where on a record? I can't remember. I think I have another record. I do. Yeah, okay. I guess this is more typing, so that's more annoying. Although the record one does require this typing, so that's annoying. Do I want to do any parsing? I mean, I probably want to do some parsing. How does consuming this look like? No, I think this is fine. Maybe. Either way, we're gonna need a default state and not a CLI state. We'll need a default actual state. And then we'll have to loop over the CLI options to update the state either way. I don't think this record approach is any better. I think it's basically equivalent. How do you set defaults with the record state though? Yeah, I guess it's not exactly the same. Because the difference is that, so for instance, if we want to track the socket here, right? If what we want to track is, I don't know, the front end socket. Welcome back, Penguin operator. If what we want to track is the front end socket, then if we do the create a state and then iterate over just the options that are specified, we have to create this front end socket twice if it's replaced. Once for the default state and then once when we replace it. And that seems... We are indeed interesting. Aga. Aga, I see. Agar indeed. I don't know what that means. But yes, we are doing interesting. We're continuing with what we're doing on Tuesday. And I'm debating how I want to do... Where are we? CLI option parsing. There's a library that just does the actual parsing, so that part is fine. That's all well and good. We're just using getopt. But I'm debating how I want to interface getopt, which just essentially returns a bunch of strings, sort of. Not exactly. But getopt mostly returns a bunch of strings and the state that I keep internally. I'm debating how I want to link those two things. And I think I've decided on how we're going to do it. So I think we're going to have an intermediate guy that keeps track of all the options that were specified. And then we'll check that all of those options make sense. I think I want this to be an int though, or a port even. These two can be strings. Or should I make them file paths? No, they can be strings. Okay, and the defaults will be like this. Okay. Yeah, and then these will loop over. Yeah, each one of these will just update the record to replace the value. I think that's how I want to do it. Although this can't be that. That needs to be a string. Which means I need to somehow return a failure. How am I going to do that? Maybe this can't be a port. Maybe this has to be a string and I have to do the parsing afterwards. Okay. That's kind of lame, but we'll do it. The other alternative is to use this guy and do everything in the IO monad. But I think I've decided I don't want to do that. I think that's unintuitive to give an invalid command line, but the command still does something, like it creates a socket. I think that's unintuitive. I think if your command line is invalid, it shouldn't do anything. All right, let's keep trying to get this compiled. Yes, I don't have argv, it's just called args. Arg order, require order, option description, args. Yeah, okay, that's good. Undefined name F, yeah, it should be B. Can't solve constraint between class state and something. It's claiming a front end. Okay, let's try self front end first. See what we can do here. Yeah, it doesn't like that. Why? Option description. What do we need? So we're gonna do make opt, list of characters, list of strings, argument description. That's this guy. which we'll get back to in a moment, and then a string, which is the description. Yeah, and then a string. Okay, let's take a look at this guy. So we're choosing required arg. Here it is. And then we have a function from a string to a thing we'll get back to. And then we have a string. Okay. So the thing we'll get back to, this should be this. A function from CLI state to CLI state. This is indeed a function from CLI state to CLI state. This is an update. So what is the problem? Do we have another update somewhere? I'm sure we do. Like probably the auth token. We have to update this. Yeah, we do. Yeah, so we have the name colon equals the thing. And then we apply that to the record. The name colon equals the thing. I wonder if this is allowed. These braces. Can't solve constraint between CLI state and some fuckery. Why not though? Not the end of a block check indentation. This is a strange error to get. I wonder if I'm missing a brace somewhere. Not the end of a main block, check indentation. That's the error for when there's something wrong, but it's not clear what it is. So it changed the error after I changed this? No, we're back to this. Okay. But what if I get rid of this now? Okay, now it doesn't know about this. Oh, but now it's complaining about this. It can't unify class state and a function. Ah, because it thinks this is a function. Oh, that's annoying. Can I not make records like that? Surely I did it up here. Yeah, I did it up here. Oh, wait, did I use a colon somewhere? No, I didn't. What if I did this? Okay, so now that one's allowed. And then if we go back to doing this. What if I made this a... Yeah, what if I did this? So what if I made this, excuse me. And then I made f front end state equals front end equals front end on state. Can't infer the type for this record update, so I need to go string class state. Now it's happy with that. I see. It's just not very good at doing the type inference. I was only doing it that way because it was more convenient, but if it's going to be less convenient, then maybe I should do it a different way. Okay. I guess we'll just make progress for now and then maybe change our minds later. But for now, we're just going to make progress. And then this becomes backend. This becomes front end. So backend is a string. I wonder if this is legal. Let's find out. No, it is not. Okay, and now it's just a port, yeah. Don't love how this is turning out, but it compiles. Okay, great. So let's here try to change these directories. That's probably in Prelude again. No, it's probably just in system. Okay. Env. Yeah, like this. But this should be affected by arguments as well. I think this can be pure. I don't think there's any reason for it not to be. Okay, now let's iterate over it. So after we get our options, yeah, so we want to get just fold. Yeah, just do a left fold over them, and the function is it's just function application. Like how do I write that? There's probably something in the prelude for that. Just like apply a function. Probably under basics. Runs the binary function. No, not that. Yeah, just apply. I want to apply a fold over default class state. Yeah, like that. And fold is probably under interfaces. Yeah, fold left. They have the accumulator, then the element. Shit, I think this has to be flip apply. What order is apply? It takes the function. That's not the accumulator. This is the accumulator. This is the element, so it needs to be flip apply. Okay. But yes, fold L, flip apply. Like that, I think. Can't find an implementation for foldable result. Oh, yeah, it's a result. I forgot about that. It's a different type. Where's result? Yeah. Yeah. Okay. I think no, we don't have to do that because we can just call exit. Yeah, we want to exit the program. Okay, so case ops.errors of if they're empty, then nothing. Otherwise, I don't think this is a single. Yeah, it's a double. It's an equals, not a minus. There we go. Otherwise, I think we just want to print these out. I think we just want to go like map m, put string line, and then we just want to map over xs, or I think it's probably pure xs. And then we just want to exit. Like, I think that's in basic. Yeah, I think it's under a system. Exit with. What the fuck's all this shit? Ensure that a runtime Boolean test has been performed. This lifts a Boolean predicate to the type level. Okay. Yeah, exit failure is good enough. So I think we just want to print all these and then just exit failure. This we'll come back to. Undefined name map m. Really? Functor. I guess it's like traverse m, or maybe even just traverse. Yeah, I guess it's traverse that we're looking for. Reversible, applicative. Okay. Let's try that then. Can't find an implementation for foldable T. Did I fuck up the order of the arguments? It's the function and then the thing. I don't know, that feels right. The function, then the thing. Reverse, foldable. So F has to be an applicative, which it is, it's IO. T has to be a foldable, which it is, it's a list. Oh shit, it's not. It's an IO list. Okay, that worked. And so if we go something like A. Okay, interesting. Interesting. Not what I was expecting. I was expecting both of those to be errors. Errors during option parsing. These occur, for instance, when an option requires an additional argument but none was given. That's exactly what I did. I wonder if we get a help for free. We don't. Okay. We'll add that because we'll want that. Ah, shit, it's not free. We'll have to write our own. Oh, that's so annoying. I guess we can generate our own. I wonder if this generates it. I didn't think so. Yeah, I didn't think so. Ugh. Okay. No, it's not. It has no argument, right? So if we go argument description, yeah, just no arg. Why does it make us do all this work if it doesn't generate help? I am calling getOpt, right? I am. When an option requires an additional argument but none was given. You mean like here, where port requires an additional argument but none was given? Ugh. Oh, did I not close the thing correctly? I did not. Oh wait, no I did. Mismatch between list something and stream something. What the fuck? What? This is the same shit as before. The only thing that's different is no arg. Oh, it takes a thing? I guess just the identity function. Alright, but why is this exceeding? This should fail. Port has a required argument. Let's print out all the other stuff first. Something strange in our neighborhood. Okay, let's go print out. And I think I do want to do this. This should be like that. And then this can be the traverse. Like that. Does that compile? It does. Okay. All right, now let's print out the other stuff. So non-options. We're not going to allow any of those. So we're going to presume that and if there's any, actually, we're not even going to use the argument. We're just going to go put string line. Maybe we will. Unexpected command line parameters. And then do we just do a fold? I mean, I guess we can just display them all out. We don't even need to build this whole string first. We can just do this. We can put this as a line. This becomes a do block, unfortunately. And then we can traverse, or for rather. And this will be give us the option, and we will put string line of tab, and this will be this guy plus the option. No, tab quote plus option. No, just tab plus option plus nothing. No, just tab plus option, I think. Unexpected command line parameter port. Why is that unexpected though? It is expected. It's one of our command line parameters. Like, it's right there. What if we just tried P? Oh boy, we got two of them. Bam. Unexpected command line parameter P. Why is that unexpected? Okay, this is clearly not working. Why? Why is it not working? I wonder if that's a binary. Let's take a look at it. File build exec. It's a shell script. Let's print out what all our arguments are. Yeah, it gives us this guy. Okay. Okay. I didn't see that. All right. In which case, tail, I think. Cac. Yeah. Cactiello. No tail. That would be a listing. Oh. The easy way of getting a proof of this. I think it's probably easier. To do like a maybe rather than requiring a proof. Can I just get like a maybe? Yeah, find no. Because I don't know if the list is not empty. That's like it might be. I mean, it's definitely not because it has this in it, so it's definitely not empty, but like in theory it could be empty. And I really don't want to have to prove that it is because it's not. Oh, here we go. This is what we want. We want tail apostrophe. Okay. Something like that, I guess. And then that comes from data.list. And we probably need data.maybe as well. We'll see. Can't unify maybe list string at lazy. Okay. Mismatch between maybe list string and some function. Okay, let's go look at the maybe eliminator. Right. I think I understand what this is. I think we just want identity. So I think here we just want identity. Okay. Okay, now we're not getting errors. Okay, but what happens if I do this? Option port requires an argument. Okay, great. I don't like the formatting, but we live with it. List of what is the difference between unrecognized option and a non-option? Because before our non-options included things that looked like options. How do I get an unrecognized option? Whatever, we'll print them out as well. We'll do the same thing as this. And this will be unrecognized. Yeah, and we'll just print them out. Okay. It'd be nice after each of these to print. Oh, these actually doesn't lead to failure. It should. Exit failure. Exit failure. Yeah, okay. It'd be nice after each of these to print a help message. But I think I don't. Maybe I'll just add that to do. I don't really want to write that right now. Print construct help message from option descriptions. Okay, we can do that. Then we should. How to do this? Well, even this. And from that, we should be able to get. I think what I want to do is print them. Just to make sure that it worked, I think. Or, let's start with this. And then we'll put string line o dot, front end. And then we'll do backend and port just to make sure this works. To 20 or I wonder if that'll work. Let's find out. Okay, that looks like it worked. All right, great. So now what we can do is actually do the parsing of them rather than just gathering them. What order should we do this? I think we should do validity checks, although some of them don't make sense. Checking if a file already exists or not is a time of check, time of use. So I don't think it makes sense to do the checking first. Because the file can be deleted or created in between doing the checking. Doing stuff like converting a port into an integer, that can be done. I wonder if there's a way to report errors from this API. It doesn't look like it. It looks like I would have to add my own error reporting on top. In fact, that makes me wonder if someone has already done that. But I think that's a later enhancement. I don't think I care about that right now. So I think I'll add that to the to-do list. I guess error reporting on type conversion during option parsing. And maybe I don't know if I want to do that or not. So, okay. All right, so this works. And the next thing that we want to do is actually act upon them. Yeah. Why did I make this not IO? Because I need to get directories. I need to get environment variables. Why did I remove IO from this? I know I changed my mind, but I can't remember what the reason is, so I think I'm going to put it back. This is not pure. This is, and then here what we want is the runtime dir we want to be get env, and this is xdg runtime dir. Oh, I know why I changed my mind, because I might want to add a path argument here, and then should front end and back end be relative to the path? The answer is probably yes. So if they're relative directories, it's kind of ugly logic. If. But I think the user experience makes more sense. Yeah, I think the user experience makes more sense. So yeah, I agree with me from the past. We'll get rid of this. And we'll add another to do that later. So add a path option, front / back, and should be relative if relative. If rel not apps. I'll definitely never forget what that means. For sure. Never done that to myself before. Okay, so now we have the options and we just need to act upon them. An interesting question is, what the best way to do that? Because if I look at front, where is it? Frontend.sock. Yeah, it's created by this channel, which I think makes sense. So I guess maybe it makes sense to have the state have all declare options. Yeah, especially if we add restarting of threads later. Like if a thread fails and we want to restart it with the supervisor, it needs to be restarted with the same command line options. So I think maybe it makes sense for our big state guy to have all the command line options. Yeah, I'm gonna add it. All right, so we have CliOpts, and this will be a is it CliState? Maybe I'll just make this opts, something like that. It is kind of weird because some of these are derived from these. Like port is derived from this. And that's another weird question. I feel like like port is an interesting one because it's just a pure straight conversion between a string and an integer. There's no like file system stuff you need to do. Like the file system stuff suffers from time of check, time of use, so it makes sense to delay it till as late as possible because things can change in between. And so if you do a bunch of work beforehand to validate that the argument's correct, it may just end up being wasted. But the port option is just a pure, you can do that whenever, as many times as you like, you will get the exact same result. That string either will or will not convert to an integer. And so that sort of option, it makes sense to do as early, well, I don't know about as early as possible. Probably as early as possible because you want to catch errors before you actually start execution. So that sort of option makes sense to do as early as possible. I think what I'm going to do is do it later. Where do we use port? Is it only this one place? I think it's that one place. Yeah, it's that one place. So what I'm going to do... What the fuck's all this? Okay, what I'm going to do is get rid of it from here. Get rid of it from here. And then here, instead of using state.port, I'm going to parse the option. So it'll be state. Is it opt or ops? I think it's ops.port. And then I'll make that an integer. And then if this fails, we need a way of shutting down. I think if any of the command line option parsing fails, then the shutdown should shut down the entire process. Because it's not like... We should do the printing. That's not great. That's a race condition. Maybe I should have a separate logger. I'm picking up a lot of threads here. I guess this is how the actor model usually goes, is you pick up a lot of actors, but actors are meant to be cheap. It's just that because I don't have a good async runtime, my actors are the cost of an entire operating system thread. So picking up too many of them is not great. But in the normal actor model, it's very cheap to create a new one. So it would absolutely make sense to create a new logger actor that monopolizes the logging mechanism. And it also has the benefit of... what was I going to say? I don't know where that train of thought was going, but I think maybe it does make sense to create another logger. But then the channel to the logger, is that part of the state? Can everyone should be able to access it, so it is global state. I don't think I want to pass around the logger channel to literally every new actor I create. That seems silly. I guess this is where we start coming back to this, where you can register channel IDs. But I guess the state guy sort of implicitly does that. We're starting to very jankily grow further and closer and closer to actually needing a proper runtime to manage all these different actors. But I'm still gonna resist the work to swap to it. I don't think I want to do that right now. Do we create another logger right now? I I think just string. Just random shit to log. And we can maybe add more stuff here, like a level or something, right? Like if it's info debug or whatever. Or I guess this would be something like level string, something like that. But we can do that later. Yeah. But that means how do we create a default one of these? Can we create like a null channel, a pretend channel that doesn't do anything? Is that a thing that's allowed? I'm guessing no. Oh, it's not in contrib, it's in wait, is it in base? Really? Yeah, it is. System concurrency. And then we want channel. No, we can't make a fake one, which makes sense. Because getting from it would just block indefinitely. Hmm. The obvious thing to do is wrap it in a maybe. But then that puts the onus on checking if the channel exists in every actor that wants to send to the logger, rather than the logger or the actor system itself just dropping messages that don't go anywhere. I'm going to ignore the concurrency problem for now. It's going to become another to do. And what am I doing? This will be to do logger actor race condition printing. We'll tie this up to here, something like that. So those are together. So we're going to resist this for now. We're just going to deal with the race condition. And by deal with it, I mean do nothing at all. And this will be default class state. Okay. And we'll move this up. Up here. Well, maybe this up here. Okay. Okay. And now during creation of, where's port? It's somewhere here. Yes. So now this is a string. This is a string. So what we need to do is just port I don't think it's cast. It's like from num or something. We'll go look it up. Otherwise, well, otherwise it's a nothing. And here we want to go put string line invalid port state.ops.port. And then we want to exit failure like that. We want to bring down the whole process. I don't think it's from num though. It's not. I think it is in prelude. Oh, it's not here. It's not show. It's like the opposite of show. I don't think it's a cast either. Yeah, this cast from to, yeah. But I don't think we can go from string to double. We cast string. Oh, that's annoying. We have to read it. We can cast from string to int. I wonder how that works. Because there's no failure here. Like, this can't fail. Claims to be total. Surely there's another string to integer somewhere. Ish. Chips. Okay. Fair enough. Not looking promising. Probably easier just to YOLO it. String to integer address. Probably quicker. No, I don't want to use cast. There's a pass integer. Okay. In data.string. Oh, well, I would have been looking for a pretty long time then, if that's where it is. Data.string. To integer? No. From integer? I think the AI just lied to me. Oh, pause integer. Okay. Okay, here we go. And this returns a maybe. Okay, fantastic. That's exactly what I want. Parse integer. It didn't lie to me. I just didn't read it. I think it'll be able to figure out that I want to port because it should be able to unify this with this. Right. Sure. It's what is going on here? It's a shame this matching notation is only in monads, I think. I guess does it only make sense in monads? I'm not sure. I have to think about that. Parse integer. While processing the right-hand side, you could not unify string to maybe and string. Oh, I did it twice. Okay. Can't find an implementation for from string to string. Yeah, fair enough. Okay. Now if we do 20A, it still succeeds. That's not good. It's also not good that it looked like using port 20 actually worked. Oh, shit. I actually wonder if, no, I was going to say, I wonder if it was parsing this as hex, but it doesn't look like it. What's something that doesn't appear in an integer? I swear we use every key on the keyboard in integers in one way or another. At. Okay, that's still pausing. That's not good. I'm expecting this to run. Oh, this is for handle twit. No. I'm still expecting this to run. I'm still expecting that to fail. Am I giving the wrong thing? Oh, I'm not actually updating the state. Yeah, that would be why. I think I want to give a default state to the handle state function. Like this. Like that. So we can seed it, because that would be why this is not doing what I expect. I guess like ops equals O on default state. Like that. We just override the options. Yeah, invalid port 20A at. Fantastic. Yeah, cool. And this should also fail, because I think 20 is not a port that... Yeah, permission denied. Yeah, cool. Okay, that's what I expected. Interesting that it didn't bring down the program. I think it probably should. Maybe. I don't know. There are some errors where I think it should probably bring down the program and some where it shouldn't. And maybe that's a bigger, more philosophical, well, philosophical, but that's a bigger question of if the Twitch redirector can't start. Like, do we even care? Like, you can't do login if it doesn't start, but everything else can work. Like, this guy should only matter if you're trying to log in. Which maybe indicates it shouldn't be started on startup. It should only be started if needed. But how do you know when to kill it? That's, I think, the main problem. Maybe never is the answer to that. You start it when needed. But that's an interesting question, because if you supply a port on the command line, if you explicitly say, I want you to use this port, don't you kind of expect the program to use the port, not to just like maybe use the port, you know, 20 minutes in the future? What's the right thing to do here? I feel like maybe the right thing to do is, for now at least, what we're already doing, which is try to start it on startup. And if it fails, just keep running. Because you should still be able to run the program even if you can't bind to any port at all. You just won't be able to log in. I think we'll keep this here. I'll add a to-do to think about this a little bit more. When to start Twitch, handle Twitch. What do if fail to start, bind, whatever. And we'll just deal with that later. Okay. Yeah, now we're going to handle the front end and the back end options. These ones should... I was going to say, like, definitely if the back end one fails to start, the program should crash. Like, there's nothing this program can... Well, not crash, but exit. There's nothing this program can do if there's no back end socket. Like, it will not do anything without receiving a command on the backend socket. So if we can't create the backend socket, we should definitely fail. Technically, the program can still do stuff without the front end socket. You can still tell it to post messages. Like, you can still tell it to do stuff. You just won't be able to see any of the results of what happens. You can still tell it to log in. You can still tell it to post messages. This is kind of like a more extreme case of the what do you do if you can't bind to the port? Because the front end socket is such like an integral part of what the program's meant to be, but it's not actually necessary for running. It's only the back end socket that's necessary for running. The front end socket is like, you can actually just not have one. I think I'm going to put that as a to-do as well. What do if can't bind front end socket? And I think I'm leaning towards something like this. Front end or headless, I guess, is what we call it. Or maybe like a headless option. No, because then you can't create a front end socket called none, which is silly. Maybe like headless. I don't know. I'll think about it. For now, we're going to ignore it. Yes, let's get rid of that. Actual HTTP parser rather than parsec jank. Okay, so in handle output, we don't have access to state. That's silly. I guess the claim was we don't need it, but we definitely do if this. I'm gonna give this access to state. Where's S? And this is a channel state request. And this is going to be a path, and then we're going to go state is channel put state. Oh no, it's the stchan. Stchan. And then this is going to be just get, I think. I think that's what it's called. Just get stchan. Oh, I have a get state function. That makes more sense. Me from the past is so smart. Get state. That makes way more sense. Okay. And then we have state. I guess I need to give it the channel. Probably. Yeah, I need to give it the channel. Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, cool. Okay. So we get the state out, and then what we want to do is we need to do some path name manipulation. This probably needs to be a helper function as well, because we'll have to do it in the input, but we can do it inline first and then make it a function afterwards. So what do we want to do? We want to check. If it's relative, what's the logic here? If it's relative, oh shit, I think I want this to be optional. Because if it's not set, I want to pick a default sensible directory. But if it is set, we should just use whatever the user says. Right? Like if the user says put it here, we should just put it there. But if it's not set, I want to pick a directory. all of these optional? That seems silly for all of them to be optional. No, port's not optional, it's required. Although... No. I was gonna say, although maybe port being optional could determine what happens when the Twitch handler fails to start, but I don't think that's how we want to do it. Okay. Okay. They're optional. This feels really dumb. The reason why it feels so dumb is because I feel like my fallback option... Okay, maybe that does make sense. I was going to say, I feel like my fallback options should all be just declared in one place, and here makes sense. But maybe it does make sense to declare the fallback option, like, in the place where it's actually used. I don't know. And then this, where is it? This now becomes, just, and this becomes just. Is just, is righteous. Now we handle output, which is what we're doing down here. I guess we want to go just path of state. No, state.ops. I guess front end. And then otherwise. This should be get state stchan. I wonder if that composes. I'm gonna guess no. That would be cute if it worked, but I don't think it'll work. And then nothing. What we want to do is get env. XDG runtime duh. Where's get env? I already forgot. I think it's just under .system. Yeah, system, and then get env. Yeah, here's get env. Oh, and it gives a maybe. Okay, that's fantastic. That makes this easier. So we either just get the directory or... My problem with this is I don't know how that tilde is going to be expanded, if at all. And I'm guessing it probably won't be. what I want to do is just go get env home. But we run into the same problem of what if home is not set? Like there's nothing like, you know, home doesn't have to be set. It can be empty. I don't think it ever is. Like even Nix sets home. It sets it to some bullshit, but even Nix sets the home variable. I don't think making it empty is expected, but you know what? Fuck it. Get env. Case get env home of. How does this pause? Right, it's the offside rule. So we should be good. Just H. Cache. Nothing. This needs to be pure. No, it can't be. Because get env is an action. So this needs to be pure. I guess otherwise we just have to do it in the current directory. I'm not really sure there's much else we can do. And then return pure directory plus like that. Yeah, that'll be our path. Okay, let's this is for the front end socket. Okay, let's see what we can do about that. So we should be able to test this pretty easily. I think this should fail because it can't connect to the front end socket. Oh, when I said fail, I didn't mean not compile. Oh yeah, I keep using the fucking Haskell arrows. I'm too Haskell brained. So far, I actually haven't used like anything of Idris in here. This is pretty much all just Haskell. There's no dependent types in here. At least I don't think there's any. Yeah, this might as well be a Haskell program, and in fact, if I made a few syntactic changes, it probably could be. But we'll get to that. We shall get to that eventually. Bitch, what? Oh, because I haven't given you the state. I haven't given you the state. There you go, pal. Can't find an implementation for from string. What? What? Oh, yeah, okay, yes. Yeah, no, that's fair. I'm glad it caught that. Yeah, this is not correct. I guess we have to go directory. I guess we just have to do it like this. And then just, pure D, pure D, okay. Nothing but pure D. Otherwise we do this. Yeah. Couldn't type an IOA. All right. Oh, I did the exact same fucking thing here. Yeah. This is way too nested for my like. It's a little hard to follow. I guess I have to do it like this. So I guess I have to go get state stchan. No, not pure. Just maybe it's easier not to do this in a single expression. Let's start by getting the state. That can be its own expression. Okay, fantastic. So we're good on that. And then from here, I think it just makes sense to do case. State.ops.frontend of like that. We're gonna move this into its own function when it works. Couldn't match string and maybe something or something. Where are we looking? Did I fuck up the indentation? Oh, maybe I did. Couldn't match string and IO string. Okay, now we're getting somewhere. Couldn't connect to socket, not couldn't connect socket. Yeah. Yes, fantastic. So now if we make this frontend.sock, now it should work. Yes, okay. And if we get rid of this entirely, it should still bitch at us. Okay, sure. Okay, not good though. Frontend.sock. We should be giving a path like that. Okay, great. No such file or directory. Yes. Okay. So now if what we do is Soit 9z. Yeah. So if we go xdg runtime I think I have to do this. Okay. Okay, and it, no? Oh, the directory doesn't exist. A bitch. Okay. We can just make it exist. That's not the end of the world. I'm just trying to think where. I think here what we want to do is I think we want to get the runtime directory. That needs to be its own function. And part of that function should be creating it, I think. Yeah, I think part of it should be creating it. So do we still need to get state? Yes, I mean, in fact, yes. And then we'll have runtime die. Runtime die. Get runtime dir. And I think we'll base this off state.ops. The runtime dir will be completely determined by option. And then from the runtime, well, here we need to know if it's an absolute path or not. But we'll get back to that in a moment. So this will be runtime. Or I guess this will be like dir plus path, or plus yeah, plus path. But this is only if it's a relative directory. If there's nothing, we're gonna put all this into a new function, which will be like get runtime dir. So get runtime dir equals that, sort of. We'll have to edit it a little bit. And get runtime dir is going to be cli state to just string, IO string actually, because we need to do IO actions. And this will be ops. Check ops for path. We'll come back to that. And there should be a get current working directory as well. That should be a thing I can get. I can get the PID. Fantastic. Doesn't really help me. But good that I can get it. It'll have to be somewhere, but getting the current working directory is a thing. So here we get the runtime directory. Maybe the runtime directory should be in state. Because this recomputes it, which feels dumb. Why are we recomputing it? It doesn't change. This is going to be part of state. Runtime dir string. Or if there's such a thing as a file path, maybe file path. This can be another to do. Figure out strings versus file paths. Though again, this is one of those things where there's a timer check, time of use. Just because something is a quote unquote file path earlier in the program, it doesn't mean it still exists later in the program. Fuck, that means I need to give it a value. Well, it needs a value. I guess I don't love that, but whatever. Maybe I can make it more directory-like. Yeah. I'm also kind of confused. Does this actually compile down into a chase screen program? Like, what is this? I guess yes. That's actually what it does. Okay. Oh wait, this is a program? No. No, it's not. It requires chase scheme to run because it has a shebang. Ah, I see. That's going in the to-do as well. Because right now, this program is in a state it'd be pretty easy to convert to Haskell. It pretty much is. Think about Idris requiring chase scheme to run compiled programs. But that's a to-do for later. I'm trying to figure out if the runtime directory should be computed in the state or in the main thread, and if it even matters. I'm not sure if it matters. I think for symmetry reasons, I think I'm going to put it in the state thread. The state thread is going to compute that. Get runtime directory. Let's take u. It'll be roughly here-ish, I guess. This will be a do, and the loop will be after this. It'll be like loop state 2. State. Oh, whoops. State. Okay, so we're gonna get that directory. If it exists, we grab that. Also, this will be runtime equals on top of state. Maybe that needs a guy. I don't know what the precedence level of that is. Okay. Is that already in my to-do somewhere? Yeah, path option. Yeah. This makes sense. I think so. I think so. Okay. Let's go back to handle output. So now we don't need to get the runtime directory. It's just in state. So if there's no front end option, this should just be state dot, no, get rid of that. That should be the runtime directory. State dot, we also need to make sure the runtime directory exists, as in create it. State dot runtime dir, like that. So let's go back to the runtime dir. We're not actually quite done. So now we need to create it. Oh, also, like that. Yeah. So now we need to create it, which will probably be here somewhere. Probably here. Maybe not. Bro, why are there so many of these? Probably read write. The thing is, I don't really want to read write, I just want to create a file. You know? Make it exist. Why are they under virtual? They're not virtual files. Well, I guess they are. Open file, maybe? Not really any of those, honestly. How do I like make a directory? Whoops. Might not be here. Damn. There might be something in contrib. I wonder if there's a data.file. I highly doubt it's in there because that should be pure stuff. It shouldn't. What am I looking for? File? Yeah, there isn't even one. Yeah, so it should be under system. System.path, possible. Possible, but not looking great. This looks... yeah, I do actually need that. For what though? Yeah, for the front end. So what is this? This is system.path. System.path, okay. And so handle output. Yeah, so this is like if is absolute, then and this just needs to be the pure of if is absolute, then path. If is absolute path, then path, else dir plus path, where dir is state dot runtime dir. I wonder if there's a Boolean eliminator that makes this easier. Yeah. Not really what I'm looking for. Like, this is nice library to have. That's all well and good to be able to manipulate paths. But how do I like create one? That's what I'm really interested in. System directory tree? Maybe. File name. Path to type. That's curious. Why is this dependent? That's interesting. Directory exists. Okay, now we're getting somewhere. Now we're getting somewhere, but what about like a make directory? That'd be nice. Explore. No. Where's create? This is Idris create directory. Oh, it's in prelude. I guess that makes sense. Also why I couldn't find it. Like prelude IO? I doubt it. Yeah. Oh, thread. Oh no, that's thread wait. No, not what I thought. Not what I thought. Where did it say it was? Prelude.file. I've been scammed. Oh, and Ingress2. System.directory. There's a system.directory? Did I just miss that? I did. I did miss that. Okay, this is good. Create directory. This is good. Good. You love to see this. That's good. Yeah, I just want to do that. I might also go Idris bool eliminator function. I'm not sure if this thing is going to be smart enough. Yeah, I know. I know. Can I use it like that? Is that legal? How would I figure that out? It's probably under basics if it's anywhere. Yeah, let's just create dir first. We'll come back to this. So this is under handle state. We want to go not just, right? Create dir or what's a file error? I guess we'll just do show on it. Put string line failed to. Oh wait, can you fail for already existing? Fuck. That's fine. Nothing. Failed to create file. Failed to create directory. Oh, file exists might actually be bad because it could be a file and not a directory. I mean, this whole thing is timer check, time of use anyway. Like, it seems silly to. Can you delete a socket when someone's holding onto it? You can. Oh, that's a problem. Well, there's no way to make this robust then. Well, robust is the wrong word. You can still catch errors on reads and writes, and yeah, okay. But it looks like there's no way to detect if. Oh, that's really interesting. What if someone kills the? No, but will the descriptor remain? I think the file descriptor should remain. Like the descriptor will remain in that's an interesting question. Okay. What happens to file descriptor if file is deleted when opened? I think it should remain, so I think it should be okay. Yes. Really? Oh, it's just an unlink. Interesting. Interesting. Then I think the regular error handling will probably take care of this. It'll probably be fine. I don't know what to do with this because if it's a file, that's bad. Is there any way to know if it fails because of file exit? You know what? Let's just no, I need. Is there a make dir? Why can you fail? Surely exists is an option. The named file exists. But you can't tell if it's a directory or not. That's not good. That's a Toktao. I wonder if you can try open directory. No. How are you meant to do this in C? How are you meant to make this robust? I'm just gonna have to hope it's fucking directory. Printing that on every startup is pretty obnoxious though. This can be an inline to do. Logger verbose. Is file or dir? Okay. Failed to create directory. Duh. String error E. Okay. Oh, this exits. That's not good. Shit. I think this should just be a case. Create the case. Right. Pure left file exists. Pure, and then we'll also grab our to do. That one. And then left E. Yeah, we'll do. And exit failure. Because I don't think you can recover from the runtime directory not being able to be created. Because you definitely need the socket. Like the backend socket is not negotiable. So if you can't create the runtime directory to... you know what though? The runtime directory can be different from where the backend socket is. That feels very silly, but it can be true. What else do we want to put in the runtime directory? Like, I mean, at the moment, it's pretty much nothing. Like, it's just the sockets. It's just the default place to put the sockets. Yeah, okay. So this shouldn't kill the program, even though that feels very silly. What it should do is kill this function. Is there a way I can do that? No, it shouldn't kill this function either, actually. Okay, this needs a to-do. This is kind of a silly situation. I need to think about this. Think about fail to create runtime crash. Well, not crash, but exit. Okay. That was just for the runtime directory for handle output. Right, and then we were checking if there's an if then else eliminator, which would be in prelude, probably in basics. Actually, probably not in basics. But we'll check. Oh, maybe in basics. There is if then else. A non-dependent if then else. I wonder then if we can do if then else is absolute path. Path state.runtime dir plus path. Fuck, it doesn't fit. Whatever. If it doesn't fit, then no point. Okay, yeah. Import system.directory. Oh, I didn't use the magic $sign. Oh, that's not what you're complaining about? You can't unify string and something else. Yeah, because I forgot a little. No. Now it fits. My error messages are based on if they fit in my 80 column character. You can't unify file error and int. Yes. This should just be a show. Couldn't connect to some bullshit socket. No such file or directory. Yeah. Just do it here. In which case, we need to add path. Like that. Maybe like this. Optional. I don't really want to indent this another level, but I think that's where we're going with this. Case state.ops.path of nothing. Do all that shit. Just hell yeah, 3 levels of indentation. This should no. This is silly. I should make this an either, I guess. Yeah, I want to error out early, which means I want the left. I guess I could wrap this in a transformer. I feel like that's a bit silly. Is there a maybe T? Extending an inner monad with the ability to not return a result? No, I want like except. Do we call it except? No, we just call it either. Makes sense. Yeah, so I can extend an inner monad with the ability to throw and catch exceptions. Which is what I'm going to have to do because I still need to do IO here, unfortunately. And then I can run the either eliminator on it. So I think what I want to do is what is the run either? It gives me a monad with the either in it. Run an either t computation, handing the results. Yeah, I think I want this. I think this is what I want. So let's go either t and then just pure. I don't want to do any. I don't want to change them at all. And then the either t, yeah. Yeah, and then the either t we want. Can we like guard? I don't know how guard. I don't think guard is right. I think we have to use like a version of left lifted to work with either t. This is equivalent to throw e. Okay. This is equivalent to pure. Handle exception thrown in a monadic computation. Yeah, I don't want to do that. I don't think we can use guard though. I think that's a maybe kind of guy. Where would I even find that? Like maybe in Prelude? Man, it's so... Can I get like a whole fucking a search across all these things? Because like this is kind of annoying. God, yeah, it's got to be an alternative. I don't think either is an alternative. I don't think it has a... Yeah, it's just maybe in list. Wait, list is an alternative? What's the alternative for list? Anyway, not important. Let's go back to... either. What is error interface? What is this? Yeah, I don't care about this. We'll just use the either t. It's fine. So we'll say... The first thing I want to check is path. I guess we'll go maybe, and then if it's a just, I want to run left on it. If it's a right, I want to run, like, const pure, can I run empty? Does this have an empty? Is it that kind of guy? Does have an alternative. Oh, but empty would be, wait, what would, that's only if it's a monad and a monoid? What is E in this case? It's a string. String a monoid? I think so. Oh, but the empty string... I've been streaming for too long. I'm just gonna type empty. I don't think that's right. But and this is of state ops path, right? So if there is a path, hunt it up here. If there isn't a path, do const empty, and it's fine. I think this needs to be like ignore const empty. Like this kind of guy. Okay. And then the next thing we want to do is we need to go lift get env xdg runtime dir. Then I think we want to just do the same thing. Like if that exists, that's our directory. Not quite. It's left dot plus plus. It's actually flip plus plus bulletin. And then otherwise it's the other guy. Ignore dot const empty. Maybe something like that. And then if we don't have that, we'll do home as well. Home cache bulletin. But then at the end we want pure just here. And this should be under import control monad error either. Error dot either? Really? Actually I think we can just do this. Okay. Now we'll try to make this compile, but first we'll do that. You don't know about control monad error? You sure? Oh. Okay. Path is not valid. Mm-hmm. You're so right, Queen. Like totally twinsies. Undefined named lift. Really? Should be a monad transformer. Yeah, so it should have lift. Oh, I have to include this? Okay. Import control.monad.trans. Okay. Could not unify these two exactly the same things when unifying these two not the same things. Okay, mismatch between this guy and this guy. Okay, where? In the maybe. Okay, so state.ops.path is a maybe, and so this should be the nothing. Oh no, this is the opposite. This will be the nothing eliminator, and this will be the just. So, in fact, I don't even need the const because it's not a function. What am I doing? I'm being very silly is what I'm doing. So we don't need the const. This is just an ignore empty. And then we should get the left on that side. Okay, cool. And then it's on the next line. Fantastic. And we made the same dumb mistake on the next line. Because this should just be ignore empty. I feel like if you have empty, like if you're a monoid, if you're an alternative, you should have guard. Maybe I do have guard. No, but it'll be guarding for the wrong thing. It's an interesting question. Where is alternative? Oh, it's because it's in prelude. I think it's in interfaces. There's applicative and there's alternative. No guard? Am I being scammed? There's guard. Yeah. So if you're an alternative, you have guard. Wait, was I just here before? I feel like I was just here before. Guard is pure cringe if A is true. That still requires eliminating these. No, this is not what I want. I don't want pure. I kind of want the opposite. Yeah, no, I kind of want the opposite of God. That's not what I want. All right, let's fix this guy up. I think I did, I guess. Didn't even notice. Okay, what now? You could not unify these two guys. All right. Um, let's that's really what I want. You couldn't match maybe string and string? Why the fuck do you think it's a maybe string? What a strange thing to say to somebody. What an odd thing to say. Oh, yeah, this doesn't magically, like, this is still in the fucking monad. This doesn't just, like, magically make it not in the monad. In fact, I don't even think I need to lift. I do need to lift this, unfortunately. But we can do this. Someone has accidentally rung my doorbell. This is a thing that happens sometimes. But I guess I'll briefly look out the. I'll be back in a second. Nope, no one I know. Okay. What is it whining about? Can't unify those two things? Did I recompile? I can't even remember. Unresolved holes? Yeah. Yeah. I mean, does anyone care? Oh, it's... What? What the fuck does unresolved holes mean? Can I get rid of these? We just do empty. Unexpected command line parameter? No, don't fuck me on this. Oh, I didn't add it to the thing. That explains it. But we can just do empty here? Okay, that's great. Okay. Yeah, I didn't think it would like that. Okay, but now we're back in business. Okay, great. So we can just do the same thing here. Maybe empty left plus plus bulletin. Lift get env home. We just do the same thing there. Okay, there we go. That's a bit nicer. Though it took a while to remember how to do this shit, but I think that's a bit nicer. It's now just 3 lines. It'd be even nicer if maybe we did something like let God. I'm doing it. I'm overriding the function. I can't be stopped. He simply cannot be stopped. Like that. And so this can just be God. How do I write this? How do I do function composition that way? Is it on? Because it's not this. That much I know. It is not that. I think it's on. Let's take a look. Let's look for it. Prelude. Oops. No, it is not. It is not on. That ain't what it is. We've got maybe empty. Oh, YOLO, we'll just write it out the fucking long way. It's fine. And this is on E, like that. Oh, that makes it way more obvious. It's just like that. Yeah, and then here we should be able to guard, and so we should be able to get rid of that. And this should be plus plus bulletin on lift get env xdg runtime dir, and then this will be like the same thing on home, like that. Maybe, I don't know. Undefined name F? No, dude, it's right here. Can't find an implementation of alternative for either T string. M? Oh, because it doesn't do... Fuck, I forgot about this. That's really annoying. I think. This is definitely a lot worse than it could have been. Not the end of a block? Yeah. What if we just moved this? This is very sad. Oh, it doesn't like that either. Why not? Did I get it in the wrong order? The IO should be there. So what's left monad? What? That's silly. That's silly. Oh, true. Okay, great. It's silly. Whatever. It's fine. It's fine. Okay. Now let's add that as an option. And you require an arg. Path to use as the runtime directory. Sockets, relative sockets are made here, created here. Expected, used, yeah, I don't know. Okay, and that's path, and path will be like that. Bracket is not properly closed. Fair enough. Oh, it's gonna be a just. My bad. My B. Okay, great. Okay. We're like the Red Queen here. We gotta do a lot of work just to stay in place, because now we're back to where we were. Except I guess we have command line parsing, which, I mean, was the point of why we did all that, to get command line parsing. That was only on output though, so we gotta do the same thing on input. I think... Like, do we just copy this? It's very tempting. And then this should exit failure. There's nothing the program can do. Fuck. There's nothing the program can do if it doesn't have a backend socket. Yeah, like that. This should be stchan. Did you mean state? No. No, I didn't. I meant the other guy. I meant stchan. stchan. Okay, great. Great. We might tick off command line pausing, I guess. I mean, there's more we could add. There's more shit we could do. Yeah, this session was great. So we added like 10 to-dos and got rid of 1. Fuck yeah. I think actually maybe we can do send a chat message as well. Oh shit, I didn't do auth. Fuck, we're not actually done. We're not actually done. I forgot the very important option. Pretty much the whole reason why I started doing this shit in the first place. Required arg. We'll think about that later. But auth token, token. This will just be auth. It doesn't need to be token. Path to a file containing the auth token, or where to save a new token. And where to save a new token. Okay. And then auth. And then here. This is just a string. This is maybe string. Maybe string. Did we put our auth token there? I feel like no. I feel like it has to go in the config directory, not the runtime directory. Yeah. Maybe, yeah, this feels like configuration, not like the sockets are fundamentally just like runtime objects to push data through, but the token is something that logically exists outside of this program's runtime. So I feel like, yeah, okay. Which means we need another guy. Token. It's just gonna be text. It's just gonna be a text file. Config string. Yeah, it'll default to here as well because fuck you, that's why. I feel like I successfully justified that. Then we can redo this. That's great. So this will have to be runtime now. I'm really just doing that whole thing again. That's kind of silly. Make diff from, I don't know. And so what we're going to have is we're going to have a maybe string, a string, and then it's just going to be an IO action. Probably like this. Make diff from, and then what we're going to go is option, and yeah, whatever. And then we're just gonna like copy this. We'll have to give the directory back. So this will have to be an IO action for string. This can just be directory now. And this has to be the env, like that. And then we can move guard comes up here now. And yeah, we have to pure dir. Okay, so runtime is make dir from state ops runtime, no, path xdg runtime dir, and then config is make dir from state ops config xdg config dir. Should it be path? Should I change it? No, I'll keep it. Though it does mean we're adding another to do, unfortunately. Config should config point to a specific file or a whole ass directory. Should auth be a separate config option, CLI option at all? Yeah. I think we have to create a config dir option as well. I hate programs that force me to name things in certain ways and lay out my files certain ways. So I feel like we don't even have a config file yet though, so it seems a bit premature to think about it. And like, to be fair, well, that's not true. I was going to say, to be fair, the config directory doesn't really belong to the user, it belongs to the program. That's not really true. The runtime directory, I acknowledge, is purely the domain of the program. They can do whatever they want. Sort of. But the config directory is actually meant to interface with the user. Maybe I can have both config file and config dir, but this should be like runtime, and this should be config. Fucking. Runtime dir. Config dir. Like this is the config directory used here. Expected is not true. I don't know what the right word is for this. To do, come up with a better phrasing. Phrasing boom. Are we not doing phrasing anymore? Okay, okay. And this is the auth token itself. Which I feel like, I guess the state thread has to be the one that tries to read it then, because it's the one that controls whether it exists or not. So, which means there has to be a message that's like, is logged in, login.check or something. But we'll ignore that for now. Where is the state? Here we go. And then we need one more guy, which is the auth token. And here what we want to do is yeah. I think we have to do something pretty similar to the other two, but slightly different. It's not exactly the same. Oh, we already have the config directory. That's good. That's good. In which case, maybe we don't need to do all this. There's only two options. It's case state.ops.auth of just a maybe we'll go auth file first, and then otherwise we want to go config plus this should be flipped, I think. Token.txt, I don't fucking know. Right. So this should be maybe ID flip plus plus token.txt. In fact, this is entirely pure. This doesn't need an action at all. So this can just be let auth file equals this. Alright, so this is entirely pure. Though these are the... Oh, what? This doesn't need to be flipped. And also this is not correct. So this should be config plus plus token. Otherwise, just return the file like that. Yeah. That's the auth file. And then what we need to do is read it. And an interesting question is, what do we do? Again, what do we do if we fail to read? Because the program can keep still running. Like you can still log in, even if you fail to read the auth token. Let's just do the reading first. Well, fucking, can we like read file? Is that in base? Like system file read write? Yeah. Read file, here we go. This is the guy we want. So we can go auth is read file, auth file. In fact, no, yeah, see, that's the question. We want to keep going even if we fail. Seems a bit silly, but I think is the case. We just want to know if there's a file error so we can log it. What should auth be then? I guess nothing? Oh, just. Yeah, I guess it should be nothing otherwise. So I guess what we want to do is we want to do this straight into the case. Facts. Probably. It's It's probably nicer to do this. I think. We could just send that straight into the case. I actually don't think it matters either way. Because this is an either now. I think we'll go back to the other one. We'll go back to this, we'll send it straight into the case, and then in the case of the right contents, the right text or whatever, we'll just go pure text. Pure just text. And in the case of left error, what we need to do is go put string line, failed to read auth file for this reason. Nothing. No, pure nothing. Pure nothing. Absolute cinema. Absolute nothing. Okay, something like that, although I always need to fix that. Runtime there is just P. What do you not like about this? That I don't have a runtime there? That would do it. I hate this repetition of having, like, if I want to store something as state, no, not here. If I want to have something as a config option, it needs to go here, but if I also want to store it as state, it needs to go here again. I guess the difference is that these are maybes that do get filled in afterwards. I wonder if there's a better way to describe this. I don't know, but I'm not going to think about it right now. Okay, what do we got? Undefined name state. Oh, that's not good. Yes, this should just be opt. Okay, that should be that one. In which case, ops.config, I guess it's config dir. And this is no longer path, this is runtime dir, and then this is, whoops, config dir. Duh. You couldn't unify file error and int? Oh yeah, because they're not the same. This is just show. Undefined name dot port. I don't know if I'm convinced by that. I think it's right there actually. In fact, there it is. Also, I don't think I included auth. No, I did. There it is. Oh shit, I got rid of the wrong guy. And this has got to be a string. It's not a maybe string. There's no maybe about it. You must supply it. Or you must acquit. Yeah, true. I mean, I guess that means it doesn't have a required. No, it does have a required option. I was gonna say. I guess it means it doesn't have a required option. That's not true. It does. If you supply it, then it is actually required. Yeah. I was expecting this, but where? Down there. Just. Couldn't unify list and infinity stream. Yeah. Let's just scroll up. You couldn't unify state to maybe string and string to something. Auth token. Oh, I called it auth token. Auth. Okay. Yes. Runtime to. Config is empty. Failed to create an empty directory, file not found. That must be for config. Let's add a put string line here. Fuck. Oh, I don't need the lift. I'm outside of the thing. It's just put string line. What's your complaint? Opt is some other type. It's a maybe string. Yeah. Why did it end up being empty? Lift get env. Oh, is my guard? Let me look at my guard. If it's nothing, return empty. Ah, fuck. I want the opposite of that. Fuck. Ah, I'm dumb. So this one I want maybe empty ID opt. That one I want, but this one I want the opposite of that. I don't want, if it's, This one I want maybe empty right opt. No, just left. No. Wait. What do I want to do here? if getEnv is empty, it's nothing. Do nothing. So we have opt, which is on the command line. If it's nothing, fall through. Yeah, if each of these, I want to keep falling through until I find one that's not nothing. This may be, if it's nothing, just return empty, so it'll just fall through to the next one. Otherwise, it'll do a transform and turn it into a left, which should automatically exit. But then we just transform it to pure either way. Let's do it like this. Put string line and like that. Then we go duh. Missing the plus plus. More like this. After opt, after env, after home. This is definitely not what I want, by the way. I definitely don't want home. That's not true. I want either home.cache or home.config, not home. Wait. What? What's the alternative instance? Wait, does empty mean fail? I thought it said empty was pure. Can I get monoid? Can I get prelude up? Maybe. Semigroup, monoid. It has a neutral. Can we just go alternative? Yeah, isn't this if the first one succeeds, take this? Is this failure? Wait, hang on. Alternative. That's dumb. Haskell. The identity of this. Yeah, so empty is failure. But I guess I don't want failure. I guess that's bad. I actually want just like arbitrary success. So I think I actually don't care about the alternative part. Yeah, I actually think I don't want that. I think I want... Well, maybe like that. Wait, but I think empty is pure that. Hang on. Kind of just, okay, can we just do this? That's the same thing as pure that. No, I think I'm missing something else. I think I'm missing something else. I don't think it's this. So if opt is... We want the result of, like, okay, let's do this instead. Let's do this instead. Let's just go right opt. Yeah, it won't... Oh, bleh. Yeah, it won't accept it because we need to do that. Right, and now we make it pass opt. But if we do this... Yeah. Wait, what did the directories end up being here? Yeah, that's what I expect. Yeah, this is also definitely not true. Like that. And then this is .cache, and then this is .config, like that. Okay. But the point is that this... fuck, wrong guy. Res. Like that. This just stops on opt. If it's nothing, I want it to fall through though. Hmm. Hmm. Maybe empty, left identity, nothing. Empty. Really? What? Am I tripping? Did I read this? Or did I just hallucinate reading it? I think I want, hue and neutral? Yeah. Yeah, I don't just want to read it. I also want to create it if it, yeah, okay. I need to do some more work there, but that's fine. I mean, I don't know, like, those two things clearly don't reconcile. Empty being the identity for alternative and it being the same thing as pure, neutral. Clearly don't reconcile. Maybe I just got something in my head that's false. It's possible. I wonder if there's a better term than left. Probably not. Okay, let's get rid of these. Okay. Great. Great. Let's get rid of the okay, and yes. Do we create it? I think no. I think the answer is no, we don't create it. Hmm. I think here. Fuck, we need to store the auth file as well as the auth token. God damn it. Because we need to save it later. Yeah. Oh shit. Okay. And what's the most sensible way to handle this? We only want to attempt to read if the file exists. No, not true. I think possibly the no file case is fine. Like if the file doesn't exist, it doesn't matter that we failed. We'll just do another pure nothing, but without the error, without the warning. We only want to warn if the file does exist, but we couldn't read anything from it. I think that's the bad case. File error. File not found, yeah. So for file not found, we can just go pure nothing. I think that case is fine. Okay, great. Yeah, now if we get a new auth token. Ooh. This is a good question. So the auth token itself is owned by the state guy. But I feel like the auth file, you should write to that. You should be responsible for that. Maybe maybe this should be in the IO monad. So then you can get the state to update right out to the file. I feel like that makes sense. Fucking this whole program's in the IO monad. I guess that's what happens when you have a bunch of concurrent bullshit. It's just like everything needs to be in the IO monad because it's just like concurrent communication everywhere. Honestly, it's not like that bad. It's just silly to have everything in IO, but it's not, you know, it's not the end of the world. And I guess like once these start doing more complicated things with it that don't touch the file system. And I guess that's another thing. Everything touches the file system on network. So everything needs to be in IO. Okay, let's and like for stuff like this, I could separate this into two functions, this guy and then this guy. And they could just be different, right? So you could have the function that like gets the correct guy and the function that creates the guy, but like why? I only ever want to do these two things as a unit. I'll just have two functions, one of them not in IO and one of them in IO. It's like, does it really gain me anything? Not really. Like I think it's nicer here just to be able to do. I mean, maybe I don't know. Maybe that's just a mentality switch, and I need to switch my mentality so that I don't just have everything in IO and I do actually have pure functions. Why does this need IO? Just for this? Oh no, because it does channel communication. Yeah. And I mean, I guess this could instead not do the channel comms. But like, it's so small. Like, why would you split any of this out to a new function? Why is it even a function at all? Is it because it's, yeah, it's because it's its own channel. Yeah, makes sense. Do we have anything here that's not in IO monad? Why is this in the IO monad? This is pure, isn't it? I actually think this is pure. I think this can be an identity. I don't think this needs to be an IO. Yeah, I think this one can actually be not in IO. I think literally every top level function is in IO. Yeah. But it's like, this is a channel. So it's gotta be, because it does channel communication. This does channel communication. This will do network comms, probably. And also channel communication, because this gets state. The fact that state is a separate channel means everything needs to be in IO. Because everything, well, not everything, but pretty much everything asks, hey, what's the current state of the program? I don't even think I dislike this architecture. It's like not bad. But I think one loses a lot of power of the type system by just chucking everything in the magic escape hatch. Hmm. Okay, let's is this in a compiling state? I don't know what I'm in the middle of changing. Yeah, I think it does compile at the moment. Okay, great. Let's see if we can take all these parsers out of parse T. I don't think they need to be in parse T. Is that in base or contrib? I think it's in contrib. Whoops. Text parser? No, I don't think it is. Ooh, what's all this? This looks like a more advanced version of what I'm using. Oh, right. Data.string, not string dot. Okay. Yeah, parse T, but there's yeah, it's just a regular guy, right? Yeah, there is. So I think all of these can just be parser. Like that. None of them are running in IO. And then this can just be pause, right? And we can go case this of, I guess. I think. Yeah, okay. Well, hey, we eliminated one instance of IO. Fantastic. This parser is pure. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. Right. Like, alternatively, instead of sending across this, we could send across a new message. Like, we could have a new message type. No worries, penguin operator. I might not be here for much longer, but go for it. Yeah, I feel like the standard Haskell way of doing this is instead of having, like, instead of having your messages be effectful, you have your messages be dumb, and then your effects happen on either side of the message. In which case we need a new message type. But what should it be? Just here's a new auth token. The thing is, like, the reason why we had it this way is because rather than having to have new message types for, like, here's a new whatever, we could just send the update that just, like, updates this structure. But if updating the structure should imply touching the file system, like updating auth token should imply writing it out. Maybe there should be an IO action. Another to do. Think about use of IO everywhere. Am I going to make a special auth token message? Am I really going to do that? It feels so dumb. It also feels kind of silly. Like, even this design, like, I basically adopted this design because the alternative is just kind of dumb. You just have to make a new message for every single fucking, like, set auth token, set auth file, set client ID, set, like, that's dumb. So I basically just did this to save typing because it makes more sense from a I'm too lazy to type this perspective. To do this. But it does just allow, like, arbitrary computation. I guess lenses in general have that problem. You can just thread arbitrary computation in between your legitimate lenses. But it feels extremely silly to then put it in the IO monad. This all programs in fucking IO anyway. YOLO, as they say. Oh no, the auth token one. No, actually. No, this is just the one that we were talking about. And this is pure. But here what we want to do is st.auth file. And here what we want is base read write. Write file. So we want to go auth token No, we want to go write file auth token talk like that. But we want to do some error reporting on it. Failed to write out auth token. No, it's a file error, so it's show E. Okay. And then this is that. This is the only set. I mean, come to think of it, we really don't want... Yeah, like we really don't want the user to be able to set most of this shit. Like they should be able to change their preferences, like if auth file. Is that true? Should they be able to change their preferences while running? I mean, I don't really see why not. Other than just the fact that if you have to make the program more general. The runtime and config dir can't really be changed at runtime, frankly. You know what? New auth token is now a message. And there is no more general set. General set. I may... Like this can't change at runtime. It's too late. It's already... I mean, you can restart the program, but you might as well just fucking restart the program. This, I suppose, can change. I mean... Frankly, I don't even know why some of this stuff is state. Like, why is this state? This is not really state. It's kind of like... And like, this isn't really state either. Like, it's certainly not user configuration. Not user configurable, that's for sure. Let's do this, fine. We'll do this. Let's find all the instances of set new auth token. Talk. Do write file st auth file talk. Couldn't write out token. Show E. And then either write file. Like that. And f of loop auth token equals token state, like that. And then this now becomes gone. And this is just new auth token talk, like that. Undefined named E, fuck off. I see it's right there. Let really does not work here. I guess we can just do it here. Go. Fail token E equals, and then we just copy this, put it there, and then it'll fail to fucking figure out what the types are, and I'll have to put the fucking type thing. Yeah. Can't find an implementation for Has.io. Yeah. Mismatch between maybe string and string. Yeah, so true. You got me, twin. Okay. Login success. I didn't fix that. So that we can look at it. And it should be in here. Yeah, it looks about right. And now if we run it again. Okay, that looks good. Oh boy, let's try sending a message. And then I might be done. Oh, we'll cross off CLI options. We'll get rid of this. We'll see about get chat message. Dev.twitch. Oh boy, it's almost 8 again. Another long one. Docs. Yeah, Twitch API. Can I like send a message? Yeah, I know about event sub. I don't want to do that today. Where's the whole thing? All right, cool. When using a user access token, messages will be sent to all channels in the shared chat session. What is the shared chat session? Oh, okay. Let's just not do that. We need the user.write.chat scope. How are these separated? I already forgot. Are they comma separated? I can't even remember. I'll have to look it up. But we need to submit a post. Yeah, we need a new message for this. Message send, I guess. I don't know. Is there any other message? Let's just message send and then args do we need state? I don't know if we do actually. We need the auth token. In fact, all of these need the auth token. So we might as well... fuck it. We'll do this later. What am I returning? Oh, the reply. Yeah. Yeah. Let's just build the thing first. We'll build the api.twitch.tv/helix/chat/messages. And then the request body. Broadcaster ID. Fuck. Okay, we can't start with this then. And the reason we can't start with this is because I don't know my broadcaster ID. Let's just start with like getting my broadcaster ID. Let's start with that. In fact, this is nothing. We'll just get rid of that. Let's jump back. What else have we got here? Can I just see the whole thing? Reference? That sounds good. Channels. Get channel information. Can I get the broadcaster ID? Yeah, but I need the broadcaster ID, dog. I don't got that. This is all chat stuff. I kind of need something even more basic than that, you know? Like, who is this fucker? If there's a fucker, who is he? Of course I know him. He's me. Moderation, not really. Get stream key. Oh yeah, let's do that on stream. Let's grab my stream key. I don't know, probably not. Oh, get users. No, get users. That sounds great. I don't know. We don't really need that right now. Yes. Yes. We can do this. We can use this. Sure, we'll grab this. Why not? Why not? I don't actually know how to separate these guys. I feel like I feel like the list of scopes has to be scopes. This will just be a list of string and scopes. They're kind of like horoscopes, but like way less scary. Channel bot. No, we're gonna map over this. We're not gonna leave it like this. That's dumb. User write chat. User read email. We'll swap these. URL encode, I guess. But we'll do that later. Go back to the forever growing to-do list. URL encodes the scopes. Yes, I can't remember how I meant to separate them either. User dot get, I don't know. Fuck, I don't know, it seems good to me. ID. Oh, this is a list. ID. Do. State gets state channel. Right, and now we need to go https api.twitch.tv helix users login. This should be login. Login equals login. Then it'll return a bunch of bullshit. Yeah, I need to use an actual HTTP server because right now my only thought is like, oh, we're gonna have to open up a new socket. Where's the socket opening code? We'll just fucking copy this. I don't need to listen though. I need to connect. Yeah, we'll do this. We don't need this. Yeah, so host name is api.twitch.tv. Is this also like that sort of guy? Oh shit, if it's HTTPS, oh fuck. Lame. Yeah, I wanted to get a message sent, but if this is HTTPS, that's you know, that's not gonna fucking happen because I'm not right now implementing TLS or probably ever. I think the next step. I think the next not just a parser, but like use an actual HTTPS client server. I think that's the next thing we have to do. Well, not really. I mean, I could take care of all this other shit. But if we want to start actually doing stuff, we're going to need one of these. One of these, rather. Hmm. Should auth be a separate CLI option at all? What the fuck did I mean by this? Oh, like, yeah, no, I see what I meant. I think both for this. Should be both. Okay. Yeah, I think the goal I'll have to set for next time is, actually just compile at the moment. I think I changed some shit. Okay, great. All right, that'll have to do for today. I think it's fucking 8 p.m. again. How did that happen? You're back. You're back just at the very moment I'm shutting down. Welcome back, though. I think I'm done for today. The next thing I'll have to set my eyes on is probably the using an actual HTTPS client server so that we can do sending of messages. Probably not getting of messages that'll require WebSockets, which we'll probably have to do ourselves. JIT. Just in time, indeed. Just in time. But yeah, I think I'm done for today. I think getting the option parsing going, like how we handle options, is, I mean, it's not nothing, but it unfortunately hasn't moved the progress of the client forwards. It's just handling how we do configuration. Hey, but sometimes that happens. Sometimes you don't make a lot of progress. So that'll be it. That'll be it for today.